Hello. Okay, so today I'll mainly be working on the settings and options for my game. I think it's gonna take a little bit of time because I also need to make just a setting system that I dynamically load in, right? I don't have that set up whatsoever. Which I'm tempted to do it as a resource instead of a normal config file, which is what I usually do. Because config files are fun, but the entire game right now is revolved around resources. And the issue is that, like, what I don't like about config files is I need to always check what the values are, load them back in, save them back in one by one, right? And if I add more, I need to script those in as well. Instead, I think if I just get a resource, I can just save the resource, load the resource, and if I change it up, it's gonna be fine. It's just gonna load in the variables that I adjust, right? And I can fetch them in script way easier with some static typing. So anyway, first I also want to map out what I actually put in there, so you guys get a little bit of a sneak peek of how I organize my Obsidian Vault. But I'm gonna do options, menu, roulette, game. We'll do default templates, category projects, tags is gonna be roulette game, brainstorm. So what do we need? One of them is animation speeds. Animation speeds, which will also include skipping animations. There's obviously audio settings. There will be quality settings maybe. Language. And other things we can always think about, maybe colorblind mode. What else? Font size. But this we gotta be careful about. All my UI needs to be scaling with this. Anyway, I'll just start with animation speeds. And so it does mean that I will have to create a new resource, which I will call also save files. Where did I script classes? So I have animation buffer. Added to translation. File system. This is the one that I imported that I made earlier or what? Local save path, cloud save. No, this one I made for this project, yes. It just helps me save and load files. Save data, I give it a resource, a name, and I save it's cloud saved or not. And the flag is resource saver. Ah. Okay. If data has method prepare for save. Okay, so all the resource files that I save has a prepare for save function. And then it will just call it. If, and it's not okay. As a return type. I need to reread the code I wrote because loading data does the same thing. I just give it a name, I say it's in the cloud save or not, which is very good that I... settings should not be in the cloud save, for example, because you don't want your Steam Deck to have the same settings as your PC. And I think the music is a bit too loud, no? Very hard to get it right. Something like this. Whatever. Save game data. Save game objects. It's just a shortcut. It pre-fills in the name and stuff. Load game objects. Save game. Game save objects. A game save objects. Forgot about this. Okay, this just bundles my game objects, my run object, shop, and my roulettes. Yeah, that makes sense, I guess. Save game object. Ensure save extension. Okay, that all makes sense. So the game save objects settings are not part of that. Settings are just their own thing, but they can use the same pipeline. Run objects. So I'll just call it an options object, I guess. They're all resources, right? But I guess game object is called object even though it's a resource. It should be, yeah. The naming has been a bit off, but I'm sticking with this convention. It's better to do that than to rework it again. So this will be options object, which is a resource. Class name options objects, which will just have a bunch of export variable exports. What's it again? Storage, right? And then variables. So one of them is animation speed. Now, is this going to be global? I think so. The main worry I have with this is if I want to just skip, for example, only the wheel spin but not the animation of the cards scoring, then I cannot do that. Those have to be separate. I guess those can be checks. They yeah, they don't have to be part of this. So export variable animation speed float. Well, I guess this can be an integer. This can be in tiers, right? 0, 1, 2, 3. And then based on that, you just attach a value to it that I can set in code. So export for animation speed. And we'll create an enum. Animation speeds, which will have normal, fast, extra fast. And now I wonder if I need instant in here, or again, if that's a separate setting. I mean, instant for the card scoring is a bit lame. I don't think... No, I don't think it goes in here. So this should not be int, this should be animation speeds is animation speeds dot normal. And then export storage var skip wheel animation bool is false. And we can start with that, right? And then quality settings. These are going to be a collection of different quality settings. Sure. And this is just parts of the options menu. So, I need to close a bunch of menus I'm not using. Not using cards layer, translations. Data I have to load in my settings, I guess. Game save object doesn't matter. Pocket doesn't matter. Resource, no, okay. So we have this. Sure. What is a shortcut to toggle between the workspaces? Control F3 and Control F1. I want to change those. Yeah, I don't like these. This should be like... I'm gonna change it to Control Shift 1, Control Shift 2 maybe? Control Shift... I don't know. So return. That's gonna be a slider or is it gonna be a drop down menu? I can be a slider. So... it will be a big rework for the animation speeds because I need to map the ranges and then put those in the script and then pull the correct one, I guess. And I do need to change the engine time for the actual ball, right? Or not? Because the ball, I guess I can just multiply the delta. So the speed up, the gravity. If I just multiply that, I think I speed up the ball. These are all hypotheticals that I'll test in a bit. First of all, let me adjust this. So we have a VBox container that has a button. That will now also have a slider. Where is it? Slider. And I will probably need to change how it looks, but editable. Scrollable. Tick count will be 3. Ticks are on the border, yes. Top, both. Center. Center. Minimum value is 0, max value is 3, it's floats though. Step is 1. Value is 0. Rounded. Allow greater or lesser, no. And there should be a label attached to this. Do I make it a child of this? I don't think so, right? No, I'll make it a slide over the VBox label. Goes here. This will say... Well, alignment will be center, and this will be speed, normal. Then maybe it should be aligned left, because otherwise... No. I need to also name everything properly. So one thing I really don't like about making scenes is my naming conventions are usually pretty off and then it becomes a mess. So this will be animation speed label. And I always end with what it is. So this is a label. So this will be animation speed slider. Animation speed slider. And... I'm also gonna use code to connect signal. So one thing I also want to get used to is instead of connecting in the editor, that can get messy, we do our connections in code. So in the UI, I will first of all add these two as variables here. Wait, speed slider and the label. There of course needs to be a connect signals function. Function connects signals. Which goes to animation speed slider dot changed. Emits when min max value page or step change. That is not what happens. No, the value changed. Value changed. Oh, it's its own thing. Value changes when used on slider. This is called continuously while dragging. Potentially every frame. Dot connects. Animation speed changed. This can be underscored. A private function. So animation speed changed. Does this emit a value? Yes, the value itself. Value as a float. And I should... This options object, I think I can get to the enum, right? So there should be a variable for current animation speeds, which is gonna be a options object dot animation speed normal. So I will do current animation speed is equal to... Can I cast as an enum? Like, can I cast a float to an enum? An integer I can cast as an enum, but I think it throws a warning. So I do int value as... I don't know if this is the correct way to type it, but we'll see. Options object dot animation speeds. I feel like this might have worked. And then setup animation speed text, and this will just update. So I need to also just do this at the start. Setup animation speed text. No, I also need to load all the settings into the scene. So connect signals, load settings. Function load settings, and then here we just load in all of the UI with the actual settings. So we can say that current animation speed is equal to the options object I don't have a reference to, so I need to actually load it in somewhere, which will be in data. So it has also profile here, and then I'll do var settings options. Is settings not a better word than options? What is the difference actually? I don't know. I'll ask, what is the difference between settings and options? Options are individual choices. Settings are the currently configured values. The screen menu where you configure them. Options are what you can choose. So it's called settings more than options. Okay, I'll change it. Nothing is set in stone, right? So I need to go to my classes. Options object will just be called settings object. I also need to change the UI name and everything, which is in scenes, UI. Options UI is now settings UI. Oh wow, what did they get mad at me? Rename settings UI. This is such a dumb thing to waste time on, to be honest. But it is what it is. And then also in my scripts, options UI will be called settings UI, which actually throws an error in a different script as well, which is going to be my pause UI, because this one casts as options UI, which is going to be settings UI now. Settings UI. Settings UI. And then data as well. The name is gonna be settings UI scene. Options UI. Settings UI. And then I go to data. What is profile cloud save true? This should be in settings as well. No. The true, yeah, maybe. Options UI scene is now settings UI scene. This is not worth it. Also, just rename can much easier be done using UI as AI as well. So if I just comment this out real quick and I save this, I'll pass. And I need to create this fucking func setup animation speed text. There, and now it is fine. Yes, okay. Perfect. So load settings. Current animation speed is equal to, oh, I need to go to data and I need to load in the objects. Settings. Settings. Objects. Did I not? It's options object. Settings objects. Object is equal to null. And then where does it load? Where does it load the profile actually? No. Load profile is a separate function. Right, because it's not an internal resource that I will load, it's going to be an external one. So you have load profile. Should the settings load first before anything else? I think so, because it might influence the rest. So I'll do load settings and I will copy the load profile function and kind of just go from there. Yeah, I'll copy this and seals, load chips, load cards, load scenes, load settings, which returns settings objects. Settings save path is file system get save path. Settings save name and profile cloud save. No, this will be false. Settings will not be cloud saved. Settings save name is not set anywhere. So I'll do constant settings save name is equal to settings. If it does not exist, then we just create a new settings object. Settings is equal to settings object.new, which it does the first time it launches. Settings save not found, created new settings. Also, I need to stop highlighting a full word before replacing it. I can just use CIW, like here, return settings. If it does exist, load it. Settings will be a resource that loads settings save name false. We do not go for that. If loaded settings is settings object, then settings is equal to loaded settings. The issue is that what happens if I add variables to the settings? It loads in the object. And it cannot... Okay, I just need to safely type it, so if a setting is not found, it will use a default value, right? Because once you create a settings object... Yeah, how do I modify it in the future? That's a good question. Because like, let's say, yeah, I actually don't know the answer to that. What happens if you have a resource that is outdated and you load it in as the same class name? Because it will then... Will it just like fill in the new values? I can test this, I guess. It's a good thing to test. Settings loaded, return loaded, well, return settings. And if it is not a settings object, it will do settings is equal to settings object.new. Settings, save not found, created, new settings. And it will return settings. So if I launch right now, it will create a new settings file, add my user there with default values. And then load current animation is equal to data settings dot animation speed, which holds the enum. That's the only thing I'll load right now. And then I should do in theory, to make this the most flexible, I should just loop through the values all one by one. And then if I add more values, it will dynamically add them. But the issue is I also need to make sure that each value corresponds with the right object. I think it's better if I do this manually. So I should check, I'll just make it a habit. If data.settings.has is has not. I need to do get. So I need to do var settings animation speed. And I cannot, this can be null. So is equal to data settings get animation speed. I need to do it like this, and I just need to check if it's null. If settings animation speed is not equal null, first of all, then I can do this. Else, if it doesn't find it, which that can only happen if you load in a newer version of the object. Is it ever possible to load in a newer version of a saves object when your client is still behind? Not really. And the other way around. If I have a newer save object, settings object, and the client is behind, so it has more variables, right? Then this should still work always. But if it's the other way around, where it has too few, it doesn't have it, and then this is useful. But I don't know if that's possible, or if it will just fill in the blanks automatically if it realizes, hey, this object is now kind of invalid. Actually, let me ask. That's a good question to ask as well. Let's say I create a custom resource in Godot and I save it to disk using the resource loader and resource saver. and then in a later version I add more variables to this custom class, but I then load in the old version using the resource loader. What will happen? Will it crash because I cannot find those new values, or is it gonna automatically fill in the new values with the standard values of the new class that or the updated class that I created? I should be able to clean up my speech as well. Let's see. I don't know why people pay for Whisper Flow if you can create your own. Is it going to automatically fill in the new values with the standard values of the new class that I created, or update the class that I created? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why people would pay for a service like this. Makes no sense. Because then this guard can go and I can just always hard code. That would be awesome. It is something I will test though. So actually let me remove this guard first. Options objects. Right, this is now called settings object. Settings objects. It will not crash merely because the old resource lacks new added variables. Godot load it roughly like this. Creates an instance of the current custom resource class. Initializes every variable using the current script's defaults. Applies properties found in the saved resource file. Therefore, properties absent from the old file retain their new default values. Okay, exactly like I expected. That's awesome. That means I actually do not need to do any guarding. That makes another argument to use resources as a saving system for options over, I don't know if config files, they probably work the same, yeah. But over like JSON files where you have to manually guard all of that stuff, right? JSON files are easier to serialize though and encrypt and stuff, I guess. So I can do, this will always work, always, even if it's not in the load file. So I can do the animation. Wait. Animation speed slider. Animation speed slider dot value. Does this automatically trigger the change signal? Maybe it does. Actually, is equal to floats. Can I cast? Wait. Can I cast an item to a float? Current animation speed as floats. I don't know, man. If I cast, can I convert? Yeah, I guess to int. That works. And then I just do floats. But I guess I don't need to. And then this by itself might trigger the change signal, which will do this. Set the current animation speed again. And to be fair, why do I use an in-between variable if I can literally just use a variable in the object, right? I use current speed animation, but this might be redundant. If I just do this, I just change the value directly to the settings object dot animation speed. Wait, settings object. I need to get the instance data dot settings dot animation speed. And here we'll set that, so we'll do data dot settings dot animation speed will be cast. Yeah, there's no reason to double the variable. I don't care about making a local one and then save it into the resource if I can just put it in the resource directly. That I can just save the resource on exit and I don't need... Yeah. And then here I just need to set up a label. So animation speed label, no text, is equal to speed. And then we put in string. And then I could manually give it text, but I think I can just take the keys of the enum, so I can do settings objects dot animation speeds dot keys, and then I just get the value. So I get settings object dot animation. Wait, no. Data dot settings dot animation speed. Then I get the string of the key, and I just 2 Pascal case, which I think gets rid of the underscore. No, but does 2 camel case? No. Kebab case? No. 2. Snake case is with the underscores. Is there one that uses spaces? I don't think so. No. I can replace underscore with space. I can do Pascal case dot replace. Bro, this is so many fucking things. So I'm gonna prettify this. I'll put this in brackets. Wait, dot repeat? Where does the repeat come from? And then I can improve this. So I get the keys. Then I can actually put this 2 Pascal case on a different line. And then replace underscores with spaces. And I'll actually just put this on a different line as well, why not? Yeah, I need to learn to type like this more. And now my settings should work. They shouldn't save anything yet, but they should work. And so now if I launch the game, what's gonna happen first is it's gonna see no settings found. Settings saved not found, created new settings. Perfect. And if I relaunch, it will have found it. Settings saved not found, created new settings. Never mind. It never finds it. Now let's take a look. File system get save path. If it does not exist. Oh, it doesn't save it. It just creates it without saving. Why? Does the same happen with the profile? Interesting, why? And then if you do file system... Okay. So I should definitely do a file system here. File system. I think this is a static class as well. No, it's ref counted or a static functions. File system dot save data settings. Save name is settings save name. Then cloud save false flag, no flag. Okay. And I need to copy this here as well. If this works, I'm just gonna copy this for the profile as well. Found. Yeah, create a new settings. If I reload now, settings loaded. Nice, we have settings. Awesome. Now all we do is we go to the profile, and we also need to implement that here, that it actually saves the profile. Profile, save name. Profile might be cloud saved, right? Profile cloud save. Do I have something that changes the profile? Yes, the game object is the thing that saves the profile. These are things I can look in later. But I go to my settings UI now. Actually, I can test it. It doesn't save it yet, right? But I need to see if it actually does something. So I go to options, fast, extra fast. Oh, I put too many options on the slider. Max value 3, yeah, this is 2. I'm being dumb. Okay. Options. Normal, fast, extra fast. Extra fast does not have an underscore in it or what? I don't know. Oh, yeah, this did not save. Oh, it did save. What? Oh no, it didn't save yet. It just keeps it in the profile. So if I restore it, it's not gonna save that value. But this is very easy to solve. So if I quit, I just do a save here. I do file system, save data, data.settings, data.settings save name. And now we have a save, loading, working save system. Actually, this is a good implementation. I'm gonna use this more. Nice. Next up, I want to test if it's gonna crash if it doesn't find something. So right now, my save object has just these variables. I'm gonna create export storage test, which is a string. Hello. This will just be in the latest build, not in the settings saved on disk. So if I load it in now, I want to see first what happens. Apparently nothing should be happening. But then if I load settings here, I'm going to do print data.settings.test. Okay, I loaded the settings and there was nothing wrong with it. Now we go to options. It printed hello. Okay, so if I add more settings, it just keeps the default. Let's say I put it on extra fast. Now let's put it on fast. And then I restart the game, and now it should save it and use it. The issues will also keep the... Yeah, it worked. Will it keep the variable now if I delete it, right? So if I go to my settings object, I delete this. And I run this, is something going to happen? Oh wait, yeah, in my code it's gonna crash right now because of the print. Let me check first in data settings. Can I not check the variables in here. And they're export variables, they're not... I don't know, I can't see it, right? I can only see it if I pause. No. I think it just conforms to whatever class I have, whatever the current class says. Yeah. Nice. Good implementation. Very simple actually to make work. Now, all I need to do is make the animation speed work, which is... I don't think I uniformly use the same constants throughout my game, so that will be a little bit of a rework. It is raining. I might have to close my window. So I have an animation handler which holds a bunch of constants here. And so what I should do instead is, this cannot be a constant anymore. This has to be a variable that has to return a value based on what the settings object says. Does that make sense? Or the settings object, once it changes, is just gonna change these values. Or I take... Okay, so there's a lot of ways that I can go about doing this. Either way, these always have to be variables because they change over time. So how do I... Fuck, I forgot how to do the multi-cursor thing. Okay, so it works if I press Alt. There's a better way to do this, I just don't remember. I don't remember. Oh, it's very buggy though. I can do %s. I can change the const. Wait. %s const to var. But I don't want to do it for all of them. I mean, I only have these actually. It's fine. I still need to learn a few of those shortcuts. But so these, I'm basically going to create an array of values and it's just gonna return based on the settings. So much work actually. If you get it. There's always going to be a settings object, right? Yes, it has to exist. So return, I either create another variable, which is the constant, or I put them in here. I think I have to give all of these another constant. Or can I just do this, like 0.5, 0.3, 0.1, and then dot get. Wait, can I do double brackets? Is that a thing? Oh, that is a thing. Yeah, that's funny looking actually. I mean, it makes sense because it's just an array that you normally take out of anyway. So this will be data dot settings dot animation speed as int. So if you go with default, fast, and extra fast. So this is how I'm basically going to do all of these values. So default animation, and then I just need to make sure it's uniform. So this is 0. Start spin duration. This is hard. I actually don't know. 0.05. I feel like transitions, like that's the cool thing about this method. Instead of scaling it, like one thing I can do is I can just multiply it by a number, right? Instead of 0.5, I multiply it by like, or I divide it. No, I multiply it by like, no, I divide it by like 2 or 3 or 4 if I want to have it faster. So that makes it dynamic instead of me having to hard code all the values. But the issue is that some things I might want to have to go slow still, even if you have fast animation speeds like scene transitions. So for now, I think I manually set everything instead of just adding a multiplier. Sure. New turn duration. I don't even know what these are all referring to be honest. Return discard duration. 0.7, 0.4. Turn discard interval duration. What the? I don't know what the hell this does. I don't remember. This will be a lot of tinkering, I think. Turn hand animation. But I think this is the system I like, where you have just one pool that holds all the values that is gonna cycle between them depending on your settings. Draw chord animation, the same thing. Draw chord animation in turn, right? So it's a bit slower when you're in your turn drawing. Discord chord animations, yes. Enter shop animation. So this I might just keep the same for all of them. Or maybe I just slightly increase it, but not by much. Zero 0.3, 0.2, 0.1. Zero 0.4, 0.25, 0.1. Okay. But okay, so this is basically just the animation timing for the logic and for everything. But I'm pretty sure I don't use it everywhere. So I think this is the time for Codex to check. I'm dynamically changing the animation speeds using the animation handler script and class that is part of my auto loads. No, that's wrong. It's not part of the auto loads. I think it's just a class in an auto load. I'm dynamically setting all the animations in my animation handler class based on some settings as a class part of an auto load. But I don't think I use these values everywhere in my game. I think I accidentally hard coded or reused values in different scripts. So can you try and find all the places where I am using animations that do not directly reference the values in this animation handler, because those also need to change with the settings and they need to be equal to what I set in this animation handler. So try and find all those places. Don't make any changes yet, just list them out. And if there's any values that are not in the animation handler yet but are part of these scripts, then let me know so I can add them into this animation handler as well. Yeah, this is, I think, the best use case for AI. Just letting it do stupid shit that I would have to do, which is going through all of the scripts to figure out where exactly this maps, while it can just use tools to find certain keywords and see how it all interacts. Yeah, creating this, I was actually like not looking forward to creating a setting system, but it is so easy with this resource file object that I created. A lot of headaches are gone. Outload itself is game. Animation live in scripts animation handler and are initialized from settings there. Let's see what it comes up with. After that is done, I actually have working animation speeds, and I just need to create a toggle for skip animations, and those I have to hard code in because they fundamentally change how certain things are going to work. Let me see if I need to close the window. I forgot my Oh, the timing. I just got done while I got done. Several animation paths bypassing the live animation handler. Two references broke when the handler constants became instance properties. What do you mean? Logic? Ah, because it uses from the class itself instead of the object. So this needs to be logic animation handler. And chords layer 58 logic animation handler. Roulette shop transition receives the configured duration but ignores it. So roulette 155 gets the duration but ignores it. Nice. They hard code different values. That's kind of stupid. Okay, so what happens here? You enter shop, right? Which in the animation handler it does the pocket animation. So start spin, new turn duration. Oh, isn't the issue that the signal bus also has values? No, okay. No, it's not the signal bus. No, never mind. New turn. Wait, roulette. Enter shop. Signal bus, enter shop. Yeah, but where is this called? It's in here, right? Enter shop. Enter shop animation. Ah, here it is. 1 second for the enter shop animation. So that means animation time is 1 second. Where does it use this animation time? Rinse. Hello? Animation buffer. Ah, okay, I can just... Okay. Clear walls. That parallel. Update shop label. Okay, I guess. So here I'll do duration, maybe multiplied by 0.6. This cannot be a const. This has to be a variable now. And this as well is gonna be duration divided by the amount of pockets, right? Divided by pockets data dot size. Let's say it's 20. I don't know how this will look, but we can see. Hardcode 0.5 and 1. Oh, 190. Yeah, same thing here. Okay. This will be a variable. And this is duration divided by pocket data dot size, and this will be duration multiplied by 0.6. But I think the leaf shop has a shorter. It only has 0.5. No, there should also be 1 then. Unless, of course, I'm just gonna do... Oh yeah, leaf shop should be the same length as enter shop. Makes no sense, it's not the case. So 1, 0.8, and 0.6. Whatever. Card, chips, and seals each duplicate fixed animation timings. Okay, card. Now let me close this one. This one as well. And then the file system I can also close. So what am I looking at? Card, line 58. Hover store duration. Yeah, okay, but these... Should these also be influenced actually? I don't think so. No. They independently define hover, movement, and dissolve. Draw, discard, purchase, weights become faster while the actual movement or fade remains unchanged. I guess that's an issue. Those animations should actually change as well. Because yeah, these animations kind of rely on it, right? I mean, these are all duration times. Hover, move towards. I'm gonna see what happens if I don't change these yet. Uploading as fixed 0.05 item stagger. So this is cards layer 88. Duration buffer? No, this should again be based on the animation speed, right? Because if I look at load shop as 0.3, so I'll just divide it by 6. That should be divided by the amount of items. Variable animation buffer is equal to duration divided by the amount of items, which is a lot. For now, I'll just say 6, whatever. And the chips layer has this on line 23, that's this one. This is duration divided by 6. Hand snapping also hard code. Yeah, but that's fine. Also hand snapping I need to improve, true. Let me write that down. Improve hand snapping to skip over cards already in position. Unspin background restoration. Hard codes the normal duration. Yeah, the background animation should still stay the same. Applying score labels, yes. They are registered with the handler's buffer, but their actual speed does not use the setting. What do you mean? There should be a variable as well, or what? Actual speed. So variable get return 0.5, 0.4, 0.3. This one I don't want to speed up too fast. And then data settings, animation speed as int. And this will be, this can be sped up a lot, so it can be 742 or 752. What is the issue? Expect the end statement after constant declaration. Ah. Core chip seal trigger animations are scene altered with a fixed 0.2 length and 0.4. Wait. The trigger animations. Chord. What do you mean? 154? That's where I am. Scenes chord dot. Oh, this is the animation player. Of course. Of course. So I basically need to do, whenever it plays animation player, it also needs to change its speed, which is audio stream players, here animation player. Wait, I never use it in the script or what? Ah, no, it's used in the chord resource. Right, so let me close this one. Chord resource. This is the one that has play animation. No, that's in the chord effects. This one has play animation, yes. Custom speed, there it is. Bar custom speed float is equal to, so it's either 1, which is default, maybe 0.5 0.7 or 0.3. So this can be, sure. And then we take again data, settings, animation speed. And then this can be custom blend -1. Custom speed will be custom speed. And then if you go to card effects, we go to chip effects. So every time play animation is called, it will just take the custom speed. The only issue is that these values are now also hard-coded in here, not in one. It'd be better if it's like one file that holds all of these, right? Yeah, whatever. For now, it's fine. Wait, and custom speed is a multiplier, I think. If custom speed is negative, wait. I mean, yeah, if it's 1 second it goes to 0.3, but if it's 2 seconds it goes to 0.6, that makes sense. So now I just go to the seal effects and we go to the play animation, add it as well. -1, custom speed. Every effect awaiting play. Yeah, several gameplay effects use their own pacing buffers. Yeah, okay. All of the chord effects have their own animations, but that's fine. Wheel rotation uses independent one for your wind up and wind down. More importantly, skip wheel animation is declared at the settings but never read. Yeah, I know. So I go to the roulettes again and 48. Yeah, rotation speed, wind up. These should not be export variables, right? No. Wait. Are these... If I open the scene, did I change them? Because the way that they are stored in the scene, it's 113. 113, okay, I didn't change them. So these can just be deleted. Oh, what the hell? This will be rotation speed stays. The wind up and wind down can change. So this will be get return 1.0, 0.8, 0.5. I'm just making up values right now and I'll change them as I test. Data, settings, animation speed as int. Free to 1. There are also low priority UI animations that bypass the settings, possibly intentionally, but on hover. Yeah, of course. Finally, data still contains an unused chord animation speed, which looks like an older duplicate timing resource. Okay, thanks for finding that. These are little cleanups that I feel like it should do more. Here, const chord animation speed. Okay, I want to see how this looks now. Because I cannot access settings in here, no. Okay, so first I'll play with the normal animations around so we can compare. And I go to leave shop. That looks fine. Now we beat this round. Oh, I need to update the speed still. Wait, cannot sample rotation? Oh, this was an export variable that I fucked up. Yikes. No, did I lose it? I did. I can still get it, right? If I go into the scene of the game, I think I can still access the data. So scenes, roulette. So sub resource curve. This is the other sub resource curve. And if I go to folder roulette, cd scenes, roulette, and I open roulette.scene. So it doesn't have the second curve anymore. Does it break if I do this? I just changed it manually. Right? Yes. Reload. No, where did it go? I think I just closed the scene. And I close the script. And I try again. It should be here. The resource curve. But where's the other export variables? It doesn't show them anymore. Curve. Curve. I need to fix the music again. Gradient, sphere mesh. They're all nodes. Here. So I have the sub resource, but then I need to still add it somewhere. Where you have nodes and then you have visible anchor text. I know there's also a node. Oh, I have an idea. Maybe it's because, well, I close this first. Actually, I need to delete the resource first. I just overwrite the resource. So I'll delete this. I will open the scene. Such a hacky solution. I create a new curve. I will close the scene, and then in here, if I open it, the new curve should have appeared here, yes. And I can use the idea, but I use the data in here. Because this one doesn't have any data yet, so in theory, if I paste it in here, curve should now have data, which is exactly the same data as the previous roulette had. Oh, thank God for version control. Not that would have mattered that much, but I can just remake it. I'm just lazy. Okay, bad scene editing. That's a useful skill to have as well. Knowing how scenes are structured in code, I guess, not the actual code. Let's play now. So normal animation still looked normal, right? Like they're supposed to. But now I will go to... Wait. Ooh, that looked... too fast. But let's go to extra fast. Could be faster still, to be honest. Yeah, I don't want these animations to feel fast, so that makes sense. The wheels, the ball needs to also still be adjusted. The scoring goes so fast. This goes slower. Ah. Okay. So I fucked up the chord effects. This multiplier doesn't work as I thought. 2 means twice as fast. And so 4. 1, 2, 4. Or maybe 1, 1.5? No, should be fine. Now we need to do chip effect. And seal effects. I feel like some things are gonna break with the fast animations. I just don't know yet what. Buying is a lot faster and it's good. Sure. Okay, so far so good actually. I haven't seen any issues yet. Surprisingly. Okay. It works. So now the ball. So this always uses delta, right? Gravity direction is this. Force is gravity direction, gravity force, overflow. Where does it use delta? Gravity direction times gravity force. I think I just need to multiply by a speed value. Yeah. Bounce force, bounce angle, gravity force, bit offset trail size. Okay. I will do variable speed multiplier floats, and that is of course a get where I will return either 1 if I want things to go twice as fast if you go for fast, and 4 times as fast, again up for change. This is using data settings, animation speed as an integer. The main issue with this system now is if I ever want to add another speed setting, I need to go to all of my arrays, find them in code, and add another setting. I don't think this is the best implementation, I'm gonna be honest. Using a multiplier may be easier. So they're all uniform, but I think I like the flexibility. Unless I just set the multiplier per... No, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. I keep it like it is. And so... in my roulette ball scripts right now, I created a speed multiplier that I want to add to my physics for the balls that spin in the roulette wheel. Where should I add these values in scripts? I'm gonna have it help me out here because I think it should just go here. That's it. But physics are always hard to navigate. Because this is the only thing updating the position, and delta does not get used. Even though it definitely should, right? Logical time between physics takes. Make the real... Wait. So velocity impulses scale... Yeah, sure. Continuous acceleration forces scale and damping scales. The initial launch impulse is actually applied in the roulettes. So I need to go to the roulette. Line 103. Random force is ball minimum force, and this needs to be multiplied by new ball dot speed multiplier, right? Man force is equal to... I mean, in the example, it does it. Here, apply a new force. Run force. Multiplied by new ball speed multiplier. Okay, then I go back to the ball. line 53. Gravity times direction. Times twice speed multiplier. Why twice? This is the thing that I mean with physics calculations. I'm not that good at them. I'll ask why it does it twice here. Let me first just do it. Scale the bounce impulse after creating it. And 87. New bounce force is bounce direction times random range. Bounce force minus bounce force offset. Bounce force plus bounce offset. Yeah, that's how it is. New bounce force. I just need to multiply it. Multiply it by speed multiplier. Because the scene has linear damp, scale that once and ready for wheel balls. That makes sense. If the ball type is the wheel, because I don't want it happening in the main menu, the linear damp will be multiplied by the speed multiplier. Do not multiply delta. Global position, wheel size, every physics frame. Multiplying velocity every frame would cause scaling delta could make collision detection unstable. Okay. If you want more energetic ball rather than a time compressed equivalent, multiply all three forces by speed multiplier instead. For matching your animation speed settings. However, impulse times s, force s. Force s squared and damping s. Okay. That's why it's squared. Let's see what that looks like. Right now I still have it set to max speed. No money. Oh, Jesus Christ, the ball. Okay, that worked, I guess. I mean, I don't see a reason to skip animations ever. Animations are so fast right now. That I think it's fine. Maybe the skip animations is not necessary. Also, let me see what it looks like on like medium speed, I suppose. Fast. Right. Okay, still pretty fast. And normal? I feel like if you do this mid animation, something could break, could desync. But that's just a feeling that I have, and nothing more. And this is normal. It's kind of slow. Now that I'm used to the fast animations. But it's easier to understand what's actually going on, right? Okay. We'll find bugs eventually. So, can exit out of this. I think that can be a commit, which is just the speed setting. It's working. Working pretty well, I would say. Also, we need to... I don't know why it scales like this. But this layout should be, it is centered. What is keeping it not centered? This? Still fill, this should be shrink. Shrink. And then this should also shrink. But it is not. Why is it not? Because this is not set to shrink. But now this... Huh? Do I need to redo this or what? Why is it not follow? I'm telling you to shrink, buddy. You're not shrinking. Whatever. So settings, implementation, and speed slider. Next up. Actually a big one. Should I do the other settings already as well? Audio settings, the issue is that audio itself is a whole category, right? That's... I don't know. Quality settings, language, color. Yeah, these are all things that I think are very secondary right now. I don't even have music or many sound effects. I just have one audio track that I don't even have filters on, so sure, we can move on. So I did a lot of this stuff already. We wanted to make cards more expensive as well. That was something we were talking about. And I could go to my to-dos, but when draw cards during a spin, yes I do this, make it a hover. We have this, don't with the shadow, chips can be purchased with a single click. Can we give warning if you try to buy a chip without an open slot? Ah. So if I go into the chip and on click, right? It will check if you're clicking. Shop handler, check if bought. Does this return something? It returns error. It will return skip if you don't have the money. Otherwise it will buy it. Oh wait, I'm here. Okay, so we'll skip if it's on the shop. We'll skip if you don't have money. We'll skip if you don't have size. We'll skip if there's no free slots. Otherwise it will return okay. I can use that. So I can check for wait, I could just check if this is not equal to okay. I can maybe make it like do an animation. I can do animation handler dot shake self. Let's try this. So now I try to buy this, it shakes like, oh, no space. It does look a bit weird when you do it like that. So maybe instead of self, I can do the area? What does a chip look like? Maybe the main canvas group I can shake. Main canvas group. The power of return values. Of course, is this the same shop or what? Yeah, that works. Okay. Was easy enough. But I add this at like the main issue I have right now is I don't know if this is worth its own separate git commit or if I just wait until I have more little things. No way to skip animation. Only people who seek it out. Okay, all of this I did already. Wait, I also want to see what it is like if I run the game on like 16x speed. Does it break anything? I don't think it should, right? It looks very funny though. And then if I set the animation speed to extra fast as well. This could be a very good way to debug actually. Now that I think about it. It's stupid as hell. Because wait. Let's try this with the autoplay. Now if I run this at 16x speed on autoplay, does it play? Yes, it actually plays that fast. Oh, this is such a good way to try and find bugs. The issue is, aha, I found a bug. The issue is that how do I make sure this doesn't consume my whole CPU if I run like 10 instances of this? I have to do the headless. I have to make it instant. No, I still want to make it different. I mean, having a visual version is good because there might be visual bugs I need to fix. But I also want to make a headless version mainly for stat tracking. So what is the issue here? For card number and current card shop size. Ah, because the animation isn't done yet or what? Or load shop. Sometimes it only has 3. Okay, I've had this bug a few times before. I don't know what causes it. Let's see if Codex can figure it out. I have a bug where sometimes on line I can take a picture of this. Sometimes on line 97 in script cards layer.gd. It breaks because of this error. Check picture. Can you try to figure out what is causing it? Don't make any changes. It seems to primarily happen when I have autoplay on. Yeah, okay, but this is a very good way to catch issues. So now, if I'm actually done with most important things, which I don't think I am, but if I am, I want to make the headless version that just outputs in the terminal. And that keeps a log, and then if something is suspicious, it's gonna show me. I have to build it. I cannot use a normal pipeline because this is using await. It's using Yeah, I cannot use await. Well, the issue is that within the script I use awaits and buffers, so I need to await anyway. But I can I get engine speed cranked to 100 if it's headless? I don't know. Does that break something? Right now I had engine speed 16, right? But what happens, that's just what it allows me in the editor. I need to check what a safe speed is to use. In Godot, oh fuck, I'm in, wait. In Godot, when I use the engine timescale to speed up for testing, what is a safe max I can use? Can I go to 100 without too many issues? And let's say I create a headless version, then what would it be? Failures confirmed as a live state mismatch. Load shop iterates a fixed number of visual slots, but indexes the current shop's card array directly. I'm narrowing down which autoplay action can shrink or replace the array. Okay, so it is while in an animation something happens. That makes sense. Dude, my screen is like a bit crazy. So anyway, can we change the background color when you're doing? Did this one as well. I think content shops without black scroll. I did this one as well. You're going to pop-up that explains your money. Ah, true. The round recap. That's a bit more important to make. But I do like it. Oh, and also I can probably make this a flag as well to do the engine speed. So I have the autoplay is its own script. Autoplay argument. I'll do debug arguments as well. So I'll create a script for that. Scripts, classes. It should be an auto load. Create new script. Debug flags. Debug flags. Sure. Inherits node. Sure. Class name. Debug flags. Okay, so what did it say here? There is no universal save minimum. 100 is accepted, but is generally unsafe for a physics-driven simulation. So for the ball, that could be an issue. At the default 60 physics ticks per second. Timescale simulated seconds per second. That can cause tunneling, unstable rigid bodies, skipping intermediate states. Frequent high timescale reduce physics precision. Yeah. 2x4x usually safe for ordinary testing. 5 to 10 often usable, but verify physics and timer dependent logic. So for the visual version I can go max to like 10. Suitable only for cores, mostly non-physics simulated design. Yes. To preserve 60 Hz equivalent physics fidelity at 100x, you would theoretically need... I need way more physics ticks per second. I mean, that works, right? You mean roughly 100 times the physics workload? Godot notes that CPU usage scales approximately with physics 6 rate. So if I change the amount of ticks per second, I can also scale the speed that it goes with because it's able to process more. For headless offline simulation, there is a much better approach. Headless fixed FPS. Leave the timescale, physics 6. Fixed FPS disables real-time synchronization, so the simulation runs as fast as the CPU can execute it while retaining a Sable 116 simulation step. What? Disables real-time synchronization, so the simulation runs as fast as the CPU can execute it. Count simulation ticks to decide when the test is finished instead of waiting for wall clock time. Count simulation ticks. Interesting. Headless mode itself only removes display rendering and uses dummy audio. It does not make timescale 100 more numerically correct. It merely frees resources, potentially letting CPU process simulations faster. If I run a headless version in the terminal, can I then interact with it by using more terminal commands? I don't think Godot can read streaming input from a terminal, as far as I know, but that would be very useful. The cause is a raise. Oh wait, also fix FPS. Is there a flag already for the speed? I want to see Godot flags actually. I want to see what I'm missing out on. Can I not copy it? Oh. Cause the race between shop card loading and autoplay purchasing a card. The shop initially generates 4 cards, records a 4 iteration loop, but yields after loading each card. Autoplay considers the shop already based on visibility opacity, not whether load shop has finished. It can therefore buy one of these. Okay, so it can buy cards that have not yet loaded. Then resumes its already planned 4th iteration and tries index 3, producing an error. Speed each shop card delay is about a second shorter than typical frame. Shop isn't generating only 3 cards. Autoplay removes 1 while in synchronous loader. Would synchronize shop readiness with completion. Can you... Okay, so can you implement that for me? And I'm gonna use hand holding. So now we're gonna see every line of code it wants to add and we can adjust it. And it's only gonna touch the auto load script, I'm pretty sure, or the animation timing. Yes, but not automatically. A headless Godot process does not provide an interactive command console by default, as expected. You must implement the command channel. We're gonna start same terminal input. Run Godot in the foreground and have a background thread read lines using... Read string from SCDN, yeah, but I still need to define what it is, right? You could then type commands such as status. Oh. Do not read SCDN on Godot's main thread. The call can block until enter is pressed, freezing the simulation. Dispatch receive commands back to the main thread with call deferred. Godot uses documentation. Commands from another terminal. Recommended. Have the game listen on a local TCP port. And then I just look for that. Approach is easier to automate and does not risk blocking the simulation. Also has headless instant run in the background. Shell commands such as P10 will not work by themselves. You define a command language and what each command does. I mean, yeah, okay. This is just reading from the SCDN. I would like it to be on the same command prompt that you start, like that it runs in. Having another terminal for it seems a bit odd. But I want to experiment with this. Make shop explicitly own an is loading state rather than inferring readiness from an animation timing. Shop marks itself loading and records it as a single load token. Cards layer captures that token and reports completion after. Autoplay refuses shop actions while it's loading. Shop handler check it bought also rejects purchases while loading. I'll present implementation in 4 small snippets. Okay. Implement hand holding. So it was read from SCDN, but I should do it multi-threaded. First snippet, we just have it's loading variable that gets added to the shop. That is fine. Mark the shop as loading immediately when load shop begins. Yep. By the way, I need to also check autoplay. How does it do? Let's get command line arguments. So const wait, this timescale, maybe I don't need to flag for timescale now that I think about it. Right? Yeah, local ports. That's not it. So we have verbose, version, quiet, no header. Start the editor, project manager, debug server, LSP, quit after, language, path, scene. Main pack. Rendering method, text driver, headless. So enable headless mode. It does not have one just to already change the speed. Full screen, maximize windowed, resolution, blah blah blah. Okay, debug, local SDL debugger. This just adds the terminal. Breakpoint list as source. Ignore error, profiling, GPU. Single thread, debug collision. Ah, you can actually, wait. You can show collision shapes and stuff in an export build. Wait, that is sick. Can I do this in any, like for any Godot game that has been made? So for example, if I play Slay the Spire, can I use these flags? Max FPS, frame delay, timescale is a flag. Ah. So that means that I can just, let me delete this real quick. Pass. So if I do editor settings to play and then timescale. And then like 5. That did not seem to work. Is that because it needs to come? I mean, it's not a custom flag, right? I think this needs to come in front. Timescale 5.0 and then autoplay like this. No. Okay. Debug. Customize run instances. This is not doing anything right now. Ah, timescale. I'm just. Did I typo it? I typoed it. I'm stupid. Okay. But that didn't do anything either. So project settings. No. Yes, that worked. Okay. So I can do double dash timescale 5, double dash auto play. No, double dash single dash. I think it needs to be then. Or can I omit the double dash now? I can, or what? Interesting, okay. Does not work. What did I do? Did I close it? Reopen it? What the fuck am I doing? Loading flag is now enabled at the start of each load. Shop load. Okay. So why is this not working? Timescale 5. And then I set double dash autoplay. Wait. Oh, because autoplay. Okay, I'm typoing again. I'm just typing my own flags and arguments. That works. Okay. So what did we learn? That I don't need to create a custom timescale flag. It exists. Okay. If it's loading, or is rerolling, or is removing chord. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. So I should be making a recap of the round, a summary. But I actually just feel, I mean, I should, because if I am going to use an autoplay headless version, it probably wants to use the recap in some way, right? Reject purchases at the shared shop boundary while visuals are loading. Wait. Yes. But I'm learning, so I didn't know how many flags there actually were. But the fact that you can see debug items, I need to test if this also works with the Steam build, because that would be insane. Standalone tools, script, run a script. I assume most of them only run in the editor. Or in a debug export, right? Print FPS. Export release. Import. Yeah, I assume most of these are... Available in editables, debug export templates, and release export templates. And debug export. Okay. Only editor builds. The timescale is release as well. Right? Where's the timescale? It's for release, so that means that for the Slay the Spire game, you can just do it. I don't have it, so I cannot test it. I don't know if I own any Godot games. Proof both validations runs, or would you prefer a quick startup check? Okay, this thing is done, I think. Yeah, oh shit. Sure, I'll just exit you. Now this is interesting, man. There is a flag. I'm not gonna do autoplay and timescale, but I will do... What is it? Headless. Enables headless mode. Useful for servers and with script. So this will not launch an actual game, but it basically launches the game without the visuals, right? Now, I want to know... Debug. Debug. Hello? Debugging process started, debugging process stopped. No, stopped started. Okay, I'm gonna remove the headless because I don't know. This is not display. Wait. Deploy with remote debug. When this option is enabled, using one-click deploy will make a suitable attempt to connect to previous IP so the running project can be debugged. Standalone tools. When is export validate? Benchmark. Benchmark the runtime and print it to console. That's pretty. Run unit test required compiling the engine with test. Yes. The unit tests I assume are for the engine, not for the game. There's actually some really cool shit you can do. And the fact that you can make your own arguments and then go from there. But so wait, which one did I want to test? I want to test on Steam itself. Oh, Jesus Christ. Let's open Steam. Might have to update, I hope not. And then I will go to my game. And in here, I have launch options. So if I can do time scale 10. Will it now launch? Yes. Okay, I don't know if I have any games that are built in Godot. I mean, I have Skyshard, right? But in my current Steam list, I don't have any downloaded on this PC, so I can't really test, I guess. Okay, and then if I do the debug here, debug, does this open a terminal? No. How do I get a terminal to open? A local STB out debugger. Where? What? Headless, does that work on Steam? I would assume not. It does. Nothing's happening. Okay. And so, if I open it, I cannot open it from here, right? Where is this saved actually? Wait. I need to ask for an export build. For an exported Steam build, what flag can I use to open or to run the game, but also have a terminal pop open that it prints to, and I can write in for commands. Maybe autoplay bundles in a time scale. I mean, in the editor it doesn't matter, right? Yeah, that's pretty cool, actually. Write movie. Run the engine in the way the movie is written. Oh yeah, I was gonna do the test, the speed test. Frame delay simulates high CPU load. Benchmark was what I wanted to use, but that only, well, no, it only works in here, I think. Debug. Benchmark. Startup. Main setup was 10 milliseconds, then 600 milliseconds for servers, 12, 0.3, text, core, servers, 15. Interesting. Oh. During Windows Steam build, there is no Godot command line flag that makes a normal executable open a terminal. Set Windows export, set debug. Yeah, I need to export a debug version, right? Play normally, launch with command console. Steam supports multiple launch options pointing several executables. Yes, the console.exe wrapper starts with regular graphical game while touching standard input output. So it provides SCDN access as well. Verbose prints more information but does not create a console. Headless disables graphic display. Okay, I'm learning a lot. Let's see what verbose prints then. Ah. It loads everything that loaded and some errors. Output overflow. Yeah, sure. Resizing window, creating very small objects, shaders, all the devices I found, connected Wayland and better display. This is a lot more useful for actual debugging. Like, I have a debug system for my game where people can send in their logs, but it's not these type of logs. I mean, this might be way too overkill though. Remapped, math shader. Oh, And while still in the Godot editor, how do I pop out this debug window? Because this is not equal. I cannot type in here. This is just an output, no inputs. Right? Can I do an input in here? I don't think so. Because I only have an output panel, no inputs. Maybe a plugin exists that adds an input to this. I mean, I know the plugin exists that adds a terminal to the Godot engine itself that I can use for this sort of stuff. There are two possibilities. Pop out editor's output panel. I did that. But in real interactive terminal on Windows, start Godot using console executable located besides. And open your product and run it. Terminal remains. Wait. Keep your current edit over and launch another game instance from the terminal. Do not add headless if you still want a normal game window. Annoying. Enter commands in a separate black console window. Keep the editor open and run a second game instance. So stupid because then I wish I can just actually that can be a plugin, right? Just a button that launches it with the output. Oh, you know what? Maybe I make that plugin. Add-ons. I'll create a new folder. It'll be command launcher. Wait, CMD launcher. Yeah, command launcher, whatever. Console launcher. Better name. Create new. You do plugins, right? Plugins, create new plugin. Console launcher. Already exists. Create new folder. No. Create new plugin. Launch the game with the console instead. Script name console launcher. Where is it? So for example, for stuff like this, I'm not gonna waste a bunch of time creating the plugin because it's stupid. I just need to create a scene, like add a little play button here. This is where the magic comes in. I'm creating a plugin called Console Launcher. It'll be a small button next to the current play button. But when pressed is going to launch another instance of Godot with console and then run the game from there, so I get another independent console, which is not possible when I run the game from a normal Godot editor. This should have a pretty simple setup where it just finds your Godot console executable and then launches the game from that with a debug window. You should be able to define custom flags with it. Now just let it do its thing. I could have just spoken this as well. But now we need to read the stdian, which it should only do with the input flag, I guess. I have an autoplay, I'll do a... No, I don't need an input flag, it does it automatically. But if I look here, give me an example. I can have it work on both of those scripts. Create a simple... Oh, this one is not working in the project though. /move? I don't think that works. I think the sandbox is where you launch it, so I need to create another instance. So this one goes exit, and then I open this in terminal, and we go create a simple setup that I can work. I'll speak. Create a simple setup that I can work from in the debug flags autoload script that I have set up. Basically, it will just read the std_in from the command line and parse the information, and then I will hook up to it. So just lay the groundwork, and then I will continue from there with custom commands that you can fill in and how it parses them. So it will just read from that. The issue is that it's actually I still don't really understand how that works. Oh fuck, I moved just lay the groundwork, and then shit. I closed it. Are you kidding me? Bro. Hello, let me... Oh my god, fucking hell. So I copy this. And then I take this, and I think I need to do... Oh, I need to rewrite it actually. Copy. So just lay the groundwork, and then I will continue from there with custom commands that you can fill in and how it parses them. Sure. The design is covering editor wide settings, so this thing is... But this is tooling. I used to make these myself, but it's like half a day I waste just to have a little plugin that adds a button, right? Which I know how to do it, it's just such a headache. You have to basically find or set the location of your Godot executable through the OS. You're gonna launch it, with the proper flags that you can also set in the settings that it loads. You need to clean up the plugin. Let me see if it actually, I don't think I wrote anything yet. If I go to this plugin. There's layer chip. Oh. But that means that I need to do a debug export for the dev mode. Yeah, what I was saying with the parsing from the SCDN, it's a bit confusing because you don't just read what comes in; it gets chopped up in like chunks, I think. And you need to parse those chunks together. Ah, debug flex. Yeah. I didn't check the translation. The button runs a project root directory with debug. Yuna. Then append the user ports flags. Windows uses the sibling console rebuild. Okay. What, Yuna? Slowly fixing its mistakes. It always tries to infer types based off, you know, variants. That is the one issue that codecs always seem to have with Godot. I know it's fixed. I made a bunch of standard ones that it tries. Ah, and there's our parsing. It looks way more complicated than it should be. Commands received. Command string name, argument, spec, string array. The signal. Debug SCDN. Huh? Does I have to use it? Book string names? No, it's a custom one. STDN thread, so create a new thread as well, is listening. If not, OS is debug build return. If STDN argument not in, so it's a custom argument STDN. If get type is handle invalid, standard input is unavailable. Command argument. Read next command. If not is listening or the thread is alive, you return. If the thread is started, you wait for it to finish. So this just hangs, I guess, and once you give an input, it parses it at once. Ah, it's different to the streaming. Okay, so because I made a plugin that reads from an input, but it's constantly streaming, so that parses it differently. This just needs to, like, it starts a thread. And it just listens. But error is start read stdn. So the thread is gonna keep this going. Okay, so it's to not block the main thread because this is gonna be hanging. Right, it hangs here until the thread is complete, and then it receive stdn, call the third input. Then it calls this with the text that I got from the stdn. If not, is listening return. If you have no input, or gonna go. There's a bunch of like fail safes everywhere, I guess. It's a bit redundant. For line, it splits by new lines. No, so you still need to parse it. Yes. Read next command. It parses it again based on new lines. Then it keeps that going. And it tries parse command tokens, input strip, replace. Command is the string name, token to lower, and then it removes it from, no, so it is still the same system, okay. Command receiver.emit, command tokens, handle command. Command string name, arguments, backstring array, match command, game.log. Debug flags, unknown command. Command. Okay, so here I put my commands, but this is a very dumb way. For console launcher, set custom flags to debug stdin. Input such as test12 is parsed as command test with arguments 1, 2. Add commands to the handle command match block. Or connect debug flags command received. The reader uses a background thread because Godot's stdin read can block main thread. Yes. Implement enable console launcher. Adds a button. Okay, I'll just test this plugin. Bam. Now I have an extra button on top. And this one, editor has settings. So I wonder. Pros. It's all fail saves. It should be in the project settings, right? Or no? Executable setting is console launcher. Godot should be here. Console. There's no console launcher. Is it an editor setting? Ah, editor settings. Console launcher. My executable. Custom flags. Okay, so if I press this, it launches the game. Nice. And then if I do editor settings, custom flags, std out, right? I think that's the flag. They debug stdin, but such a stupidly long. Debug stdin. Then if I press it, it should read debug flags, listening for commands. Hello. Unknown command hello. Okay, so I can now also run this headless, I'm pretty sure. Editor settings. If I do headless, but if I run a headless, it does not work. Why? Headless. Oh, does it still need another double dash? I don't think so, right? It does, okay. So now I can play my game through the editor, or through the terminal. Which means I can go really fast. I don't need to load any visuals. And I can get all the info I need. And I can run like hundreds of games per second. And we can get so much information. Okay, that's very cool, actually. Okay. I can exit both threads here, I'm pretty sure. And I'll do git status. I'll get status. So what did I change exactly? I mean, I created debug flags as an auto load. Was it added already? Globals, yes. Handler. Project settings. Wait, I want to see if I use the speed command. Speed. Then if valid floats, is that a thing? Valid float? No. Is valid, is int, what is it again? I think I need to take a string, so I do arguments 0. Well, is, no, valid. How do I check? How do I check again if a string is an int? Does it only work with like this? Is valid? It does. String name doesn't work, so if not arguments is empty and string arguments 0 is valid floats, then it will do engine dot timescale is equal to floats arguments 0, and it will do game.log set engine time scale to, and then we do arguments 0. So let's see if that works. And then if I set this to not headless, because I need to check if it actually works. Oh, not here. And then I do speed 10. Unknown command speed. There should be a command speed. Slash. Can I do no right? So it's not a valid command. Is that because this needs to be on the bottom? I think it's just a ordering issue actually. Right? If I do speed 10, now it works. Yes, it was just an ordering issue. So that's cool. I can adjust my game for a terminal. The thing is, I could have made my own little terminal. I've done that before for SkyShard, where you just pop out a little text editor. It's way easier to read from, but I don't know. Is it? I do like this. So basically the other version will have it will just check for this, right? So that means I can still launch it headless if I want. I don't know if I'm even making sense. Like, should I just have one command that basically runs it headless and this and that? I don't think so. It's good that we can customize. Yeah. So we have timescale, autoplay, headless, debug stdn. Okay, what are all the changes I did? That was a lot, right? So we have debug flags, editor, plugin, check if bought, there's the bug fix, if this is invalid. Did I not do anything else? Check if bought. This is valid logic. I feel like I did something else. That was something very small where I was like, should I commit this as a change? I don't remember what it was. Function unhandled inputs. Loading, load token, load, the shop is visible. There's more that I did, there has to be. I guess not. So I'll commit this as extra debugging tools, console input option. Wait, I need to extra debugging tools, console input option. Wait, this is brackets. Option plus plugin plus custom plugin. Also fixing animation desync issue or bug, I should call it. And now I want to check if that was actually just what it was. And the music needs to continue. Oh wait, sorry. If you guys have been chatting, I only just read chat. You're a recent subscriber and I've really enjoyed watching your videos. Question: for some files I see kebab casing, snake casing, and some files all capital. When do you use one over the other? Yeah, so I've been very inconsistent with this in the past, but a few months ago I decided I make a rule for myself. Right now, files are always going to be snake case. Oh no, kebab case. That's the one with the dash, right? So all files will usually be kebab case, except for very important things such as autoloads and constants and things like that. So autoloads, things that are like basically functioning like a constant that you can access anywhere in the script, this and that. Those scripts I all capitalized. It's gonna be pretty small right now for stream, I assume, but yeah. Everything else is gonna be kebab case. I also am trying the convention of putting IDs in front and then whatever name I have, so that way the files are ordered. I still need to work on my file system. I think I would prefer to redo this, but for this project it is what it is. I have a better idea for a different file system. Then for class names, it's always going to be Pascal case. For class names, integers are gonna be, what is this called? Snake case, right? Yeah. All integers are snake case except for constants. Again, those are gonna be in caps. This is just I don't know what this is called. Higher case. Because I mean it's a bit weird to use kebab case for variables, right? So they all will use underscores. And then for the scenes themselves, I also use Pascal case, all the nodes, and I try to end with what it is. So I'm gonna call something like options button, or the options v container, or the damage label. I always want to end with what the actual type is of what it is, if that makes sense. That's kind of how I'm adopting my typing. And it's not perfect, and I definitely am still a little inconsistent sometimes. For example, I always want to statically type stuff as well. I want to make sure I always unfold my brackets and everything, but yeah. I use Hyperland, yes. I'm also trying to make an indie game. How's it going? How is your progress? So let me actually check my latest commit. Wait, what? Yesterday? Last month? 2 weeks? I didn't push yet. Okay. So setting implementation, I just did. For chip, I just... it was a bug fix with the animations, I think. No, it was a little shake animation. Yes. Can I comment on this commit? I don't know if I can. Like that it shows up in that overview. Probably not, I'll just write a comment. I also added a little animation for when a chip buy fails. That was it. You're learning? Alright, that's good. It does show that there's a comment. Okay, that's good. So, where am I at? I now have a custom launcher plugin to launch with console. I should export a version, a debug version, for me and Regis to test it on Steam, so we can launch it with terminal, and we can use flags like SCDN mainly. So wait, you had 4 that were important. Headless was important, autoplay, SCDN, and timescale, of course. So wait, I wonder, one thing I didn't test yet is what happens if you do headless. Oh, what the fuck? If you do headless and you do autoplay and debug STDN, can it autoplay without a visual interface right now? Let's see. It should be playing right now, but that means I should see print outputs, which is not happening. Or I broke something, that's also possible. Let's see. Oh, I misclicked. Get rid of the headless. Now it's auto-playing. Yeah, okay, so it does need a graphical interface. But now I can do like speed 10 and it speeds up. What the fuck? What? So if you crank up the animation speed, wait. Options, it doesn't work. Lucky. That's good to know. I need to make sure the animation speed does not go absolutely insane. Wait, I cannot click on resume. Why is that? Huh? Is that because of the scene? I think it's because of the options. No, pause menu. This panel should stop the mouse, I think. Mouse should be stop. GameMaker, when I tried using a script to make movement speed doubled when holding a key, but it isn't working? What's up with it? Movement speed, if you're actually working with accelerants and stuff, it's a bit more nuanced than just multiplying it by 2. Settings UI would also need the same treatment, right? This panel itself will need mouse input stop. Yes. So actually reading STDN now, I can do a lot of cool things. I can give myself cards, I can remove cards. So I can do... Should I work on debug tools now? I think that's something I should do later. I'll write it down in my list note to do. Add debug tools, add remove cards, etc. And I will work on the recap now. So what I want to happen is at the end of a round, it will recap everything that happened, which means I also need to track all of the movements or everything that goes on in the game. This all goes through a buffer that I created, a custom buffer script that holds all of my callables. It loops through them, calls them, has objects. The issue that some chord effects don't necessarily, like, they can have an extra effect that does not get put in the run. Like, this is not the truth. This. It's for the most part. But yeah, there is some effects that trigger another chord or this or that, and those don't get put in the buffer, they just get called right away. That's an issue. Because that was my whole purpose of the run buffer. I feel like I had a good idea going, but I deviated of it too quickly, and now I can't use it anymore unless I refactor everything to work with this runner again. F keyboard check chord extend move speed. F keyboard check. I don't know how that code works in GameMaker. Then move speed times 2. Move speed is how I would do it, and I can write it in Godot. I don't know if that will translate. Right, but let's say it would be if input input is equal to key 0, whatever, right? I would create a variable. So variable speed is 1. Let's say it's a float. I'll do speed is equal to 2. And then I would take my existing accelerant or velocity. Like I would just do velocity. Usually every physics trick you would use the velocity, right? You would do position plus equals velocity, whatever. Velocity. But then you would just multiply it by speed. So that way your speed is either 1 or 2. I mean pseudocode, it's actually a bit more nuanced, but then move speed times 2. Move speed is move speed. This just goes infinite, no? From what you put here, I'm wondering if it just goes infinite, because you take your move speed, you multiply it by 2. And that, or do you have to reverse the move speed and the move speed? It's a bit, I would also rename it, the variables. It's a bit confusing. But either the last part has to be reversed, because you're setting the left to the right, instead of the right to the left. Or it's just looping forever. I hope that helps, but I am not familiar with the game maker's code, like how it works. So I actually need to think about this now. How do I get a result? I can record the money beforehand and afterhand, that's easy, but how do I record every action? Every time points get added, every time a card triggers or an effect triggers, it can emit a signal, I guess. Because card effects, so again, these get put in the buffer, right? I need to use GIMP. I am gonna lose track of what I'm saying. So right now what happens is... Right. What happens is we have a... Where's my... Here. We have our chips and our cards, right? So the turn starts, first thing it does is, hey, which ones are going to trigger? I'm gonna put those triggers in a buffer. So chip goes in, the other chip goes in, the other one doesn't trigger, and then the card goes in, and the card goes in. The spin is done, the ball is finished, the ball puts the pocket score in, and then loops over the buffer. Then the first card chip triggers, adds points. This one triggers, but this one also triggers a card from hand, which is not being put in the buffer. So in theory, there is an extra trigger here. Then this card doesn't trigger. So even though the trigger is being put in the buffer, I mean, it doesn't execute or anything, it's fine. It can still be in there. You can just say I didn't do shit. And then this one goes in and maybe like re-triggers the one before. So then adds another trigger here. So I cannot rely on the buffer that gets made. Instead, I need to go purely off triggers, which I think I have a solution for. If I go to my card effects, it just checks... No, it's not the card effects, it's actually the card resource. It just goes to end spin, and then I will do await effect call. I will check, hey, is there an end spin, right? And I will call it. Oh, but this is the resource. This is not even the effects, because sometimes I just call the effects themselves directly. I don't even call the stupid resource. I need to... actually make the modification in the chord effects, but where? I'm not writing in every single chord effects that it needs to send a signal, because that's stupid. That's 100 more lines of code. Play animation, flying label, add to buffer. If I create an end spin function here and it gets overridden, then it's dumb again. I wish I could just check if a function gets triggered, it sends a signal. I can't, right? You know what, I'm gonna see if Codex finds the way. Slash model. I want to create... I'll talk. I want to create a recap screen at the end of every turn where it shows you all of the triggers in order and what exactly they did. But I can't use the buffers that I implemented because sometimes cards and chips trigger other cards or chips outside of the buffer. So I need to go purely off actual triggers. But what would be the best way to implement this? I don't think I see it. I think I could maybe hook up a signal to the end spin function whenever that gets called, but I don't know how to do that in the chord effect without having to rewrite every single effect in the game. You hold X, it doesn't do anything. Yeah, but maybe you need to reverse the two last parts. I don't know, in most code, if you do move speed is equal to the right value, the first value gets overwritten to the second value. So, alright, let me check. Game maker code GML code example. Static sets. Yeah, I think you just need to do it. Then move speed. Also, I don't know how you're... I mean, you're also writing pseudocode, right? I think you just swap the two. And also this would still scale exponentially. So the recorder should wrap execution and keep only entries that produce. The best fit is an execution recorder around the effect calls, not the buffers, not the turn level and spin. Okay. You already have centralized dispatch points. Yeah, I know. Wait. This. But this is for the resource, right? Change those wrappers conceptually to if chord effect has method awaits logic trigger order execution. What does that mean? Trigger order to execute. So this just gets funneled into a wrapper, I suppose, but that didn't solve it, right? The recorder would assign a sequence number, snapshot relevant gameplay state, call and await the real effect, snapshot state again, generate structured changes from the difference. I feel like I need to give every card its own recap of what it did Or like an explanation. I don't know. Because some of them will say, hey, I gave this many points to a pocket, I did this, I did that. Structure changes from the benefits. I'm not gonna work with JSON. I'm gonna actually, maybe I just create an object, sure. Instead of a resource. Snapshot player facing state rather than attempting to duplicate every object. Current state, money, pocket scores, colors, destroyed states, keyed by pocket idea, blah blah blah. Gives you generic descriptions such as score from this, pocket this, without adding recap code to each individual effect. Okay, actually that makes sense. Nested triggers work by keeping a recorder stack. Chord A begins, chord B, wait. Nested triggers keeps a stack. Chord A directly, chord B changes pocket. But how does that work? Each entry gets a parent sequence, so the UI could display. How does that work? Because this does not get called from nested ones, right? When a child begins, the recorder closes the parent's current state different segment. When the child finishes, it resumes the parent from a fresh snapshot. And spin call does not necessarily mean actual triggers. Yeah. You can handle last case centrally by adding one line to the shared play animation methods. That still avoids editing all concrete effects, only rare effects that trigger without changing tracked state. Second, a few copying effects bypass the resource wrapper. Yes, that was the issue. Those few calls should go through the same record executor, nested calls and such, and await, target, and spin. Those few calls should go through the same recorder. Nested calls such as await, target, and spin already pass through card resource. Yes, but what if it's an effect, bro? Where the lifecycle start recording immediately before the start spin trigger. Before runs at. Finalize the recap after the turn score is committed, but before current score is reset. Okay. So what it tells me is that the best way to go about doing it is when this trigger goes off, basically here the recorder starts. I'm gonna use a different color. Red for recorder. We start the recorder, which goes here. This trigger basically gets recorded as a little object in here. Ploop. And then after the trigger has resolved, it will record a second object. And then based off this, I can check how many pockets changed, how many points got added, what the hell happened. And that is how it is gonna work, and all of these are gonna basically work as their own states that get added. But the main issue with this approach is still the nesting. I don't understand how it solves it here. Gives you a generic description such as score, pocket, without adding recap code to each individual pocket. Nested triggers work by keeping a recorder stack. I guess the ball landing also needs to land, right? Or needs to go in there. There's actually gonna be so much work. Maybe I just do a money and this is a cool idea. I do want it, but it's such a big implementation, and right now we just want kind of a recap on how much money you got, right? Seeing how each chord worked is also fun, I guess. Plus score, triggered chord B. Okay, but so let me reread the nested. This gives you generic descriptions. I don't understand how you're gonna solve the nested triggers exactly, especially when a chord resource maybe holds two different chord effects or triggers immediately another chord effect that you have, which bypasses the trigger in the chord resource. I feel like this needs a little bit of design. I don't think I can get working on this today. And it keeps making typos. Or maybe I'm just not clear enough. I keep saying chord instead of chord. What is this? Chord. Different chord. Do I like talk that poorly? Maybe I do. Okay, let's say what is next on the list. This one I need. How do I... Yeah, sure. I need to make feel. So we have seals that is added as well. Flipped cards. Penances. So I need to do runs and stuff mainly. Runs and heroes. Actually, I did. I am very surprised that I did pretty much everything here except for this pop-up. Okay, so what did this say? Wrapping only chord resource is insufficient. GDScript cannot automatically intercept a direct call such as duplicate the effect on end spin. The reliable solution is to introduce one execution gateway on the base effect classes, yes, and route every effect to effect call through it. You don't rewrite every effect's implementation. You update a few places that invoke another effect directly. So I need to just rewrite those scripts is what it says. Okay. Can execute if not has return. Logic. Chord resource becomes chord effect call. Ah, I can wrap it in. Wait, what? Okay, so I just create an execute function in chord effect that I call from the other ones that have nested chord effects. So I call that instead of end spin, which is kind of a wrapper. The effects held by contraband chord become two separate recorded executions. Primary effect, contraband effect. Chord target and spin. Oh, I can just hook in here, right? No. No. Because the end spin is called on the effect. Duplicate effect dot call end spin. The small migration of effect call sites, not a rewrite of every chord. Okay. I'm trying to wrap my head around this, around how I implement this. It's not an easy system. Because I await. Okay, that makes sense, I guess. I actually don't like that the effect gets called somewhere else and then rerouted back here. I think what I'm going to do instead is call a recorder function beginning and ending. And in that recorder function, it's going to create a recorded object. And these are the ones I stack. Okay. So basically, what I will do is I will create. Let me zoom out. Okay. Wait. I'm going to create a recorder object. This is my recorder object. And my chords and stuff, they just get loaded in here, right? And before it's going to trigger, it reads the trigger. It's going to send a, hey, hit record. It's going to create a new recorder object that is empty. That just takes the current state of the game. The points, all the data of the game, basically. The thing is this system doesn't scale that well because if I make changes to anything else, I need to change my recorder object, right? Anyway, we start a recorder object, we create a snapshot, right? Then this executes, does whatever it wants, then it ends the effect and goes on to the next. It sends another click, which is like, yep, we can end the recording. Create another object with a new state. Then these two states are gonna check what's different, what changed. Create an actual recorded state. And that is the first piece. This is what I'm gonna end up creating. So I turn whatever happens here into an actual data package. And then if this nestor calls other stuff somewhere else, that is also going to record states. The issue is that if this calls something else, that will also be put into the original state, right? Yeah. Unless I can pause, but I cannot pause. Unless I say fuck it, nested states, there's too much work. If a chord triggers another chord, I don't know. Because like one chord triggers your most played chord, for example. So then what should happen is this state records, triggers my most played chord wherever it is, which hits a different record, right? So then I have back-to-back records, what happens then? Oh, that's actually a difficult system. How the fuck does this work? There's still music, or there is? Okay. Yeah, I need to be able to hold record multiple things at once, right? So this will just record another state then. Somewhere else. Like, okay, wait. So basically, I go back to having only one state. Yes, I started recording here. This triggers another card, which, when it triggers, will start another recording as well, which will just happen somewhere else, right? It will be like, hey, another recording is happening. This one is not finished. Then what it will do is, this one is finished, ends the recording, gets the second state update, and then what? This one would end up first somehow, which makes no sense. They can be stamped. This can be stamped as 1, this as 2, this as 3. Then this one ends, which will stamp this as 4. This combines 2, 3. How does this combine? I guess this creates a new object that shows that the start is 2 and the end is 3. This ends up creating an object, recorded object, which shows that the start is 1, the end is 4. And so then I can do sorting, right? I sort by starts, but I can see, hey, this start is before this and the end is after this. Then it can be like, hey, you should go in here. Yes. And so then I can show, hey, this card achieved like 10 points or 30 points, but then it sees, hey, but those came from the child here. I guess that works. And then objects can have, like these recorded objects can basically have a child parameter, which is another recorded object. Does that make any sense? Because then I could even subtract the total. Like if this total was like plus 40 points and this one was plus 20, then I know that this one actually only did plus 20 points and the other 20 came from the child, if I want to go that far. But okay, so this can work if I mark them all. Bro, this is such data science. This is actually going to be a lot more work than I expected. Gonna be some hardcore coding. But the idea is there. So I have to create a recorder class, a recorded object class, and I don't know if these are different. Yeah, these are gonna be small recorded objects, like states basically. But I wonder if they're already going to be part of a single object. Maybe they are. When I do start record, it fills in some values. And when I click end record, it's gonna fill in the values based on the start record. Yes. Sure. And then I have this neat container with all sorted data that I can then render on a screen. Okay, and okay. I think that can work. I'm just gonna lay the fundamentals, but I'm not gonna like actually get this done. At least not today. I will close all. So scripts, more classes, let's go. I'll call one game recorder, which is gonna be a ref counted object or a resource. If it's a resource, I can save them and I can actually replay data. Right? If I fill a recorder with data, sure, it can be a resource. And then at the start, it should also take a snapshot of all the chips that you have, all the cards that you have, your hand, your deck, just of everything. So you can actually just full replay a spin. It's kind of a fun idea, I guess. And of course the wheel. Create. Hey, what's up? Yes. Class name game recorder. And then I create a custom class which is called recorded objects, which is gonna be just an object. I mean, does it have to be another resource so I nest the resources? Can be a ref count? No, cannot be ref counted. If it's an object, can I save them in a resource? Let me actually ask. If I have a resource that holds a bunch of objects that I created at runtime, then can I save the resource and load it back in, keeping all the data in the objects, in the nested objects? It's already 6. Okay, 8. Is the music just very silent, or did it just actually stop at some point? What is happening? Just silent. Short version is yes, but only if the nested graph is made of serialized objects. Okay. So I use export storage variables again. I need to see when I need to leave. Oh, okay. Right on nested objects extend resource. So they have to be resource. Every property you want. Plain object ref counter instance, nodes, callable, signals. Non-export fields are not saved by resource saver. So it has to be a resource as well. Sure. I like resources. Everything in my game is a resource. We have the game recorder and class name recorded objects. Well, this is the hard part, right? I'm just gonna write some pseudocode. I don't really do this too much. Oh, I completely fucked up the name. Recorded objects. I'm gonna do some pseudocode. I don't usually do this, but function start recording, which will be take a snapshot of the current game states, wheel, cards, chips, etc. This will be used to replay exact scenarios. Now of course you have function and recording. Sort through all of the recorded objects. And then the renderer will also be a separate thing. So sort for all of the recorded objects. And set them up properly. there should be a separate recorder visualizer or parser. Yeah, because I also want to have one that works with the output in the terminal. This is the main, like the main important things of the game recorder, right? Start recording and recording. And it needs to have at export storage array. Wait, recorded objects, which will be an array of oh, I need to do farm. Array of record objects, which is empty. And it will create a new recorder every turn, and then maybe it saves them somewhere as well. Oh, it could be cool. You can build a whole replay system with this. And game recorder. So fill this with all the important variables I need to record. Points, pockets, etc. Has a reference to the card and yeah, as a reference to the card. Function start recording. I mean, it's almost the same function, start recording and recording, right? Start recording trigger. Sure, makes more sense. I should pass in the right arguments. I don't know what those are yet. The chord effects. But it should also record other effects, right? Pass in the relevant arguments. There is no music anymore. Now I don't know if I'm being gaslit, if I was actually just silent or if it stopped. So, start recording triggers. Snapshot the current state of everything. Function and or stop. And recording trigger. We have start recording, and I basically on here I should call if it makes a new object, right? Start record. So function start recording trigger creates a new object and starts recording in there. And obviously there will be function and recording trigger. Stop the recording on object and also should pass in the right arguments. Should pass in the right arguments. This is code I can reuse in other projects. The only issue is that it will be specifically made to record these effects, right? So it's a bit hard to actually reuse this type of code now that I think about it. This has to be very project specific. Pass in the right arguments. And put into Lists. I feel like I also want to make a snapshot object because you don't need to store all of the snapshot data in the recorded object necessarily. You just need to get the outcome, right? Nah, maybe it's fine actually. Snapshots the state again. Should this even do the comparisons? Maybe not. Maybe it's just a before and after state comparison, and it does not need to calculate what happened. That happened somewhere else. This object is purely the recorded, whatever is recorded, right? State again. That should be happening in the serialization of the data because you don't know what you want to do with it. Sure. So this is mainly going to hold a million variables that it will get from different places. And this is just going to create those objects and then sort them. Also give it a number. Okay, actually it's not, now that I look at it, it's not that daunting, it's not that big of a deal. It makes a lot of sense. I just need to plug this into the code then and create it. And then there's so much we can do with this. The only issue is it's going to be constantly creating resources during a spin, which could go out of hand. I also wonder, pockets are triggers, right? So start recording trigger, there should be a lot of trigger types that exists, which I put in the game recorder. Enum trigger type can be pockets, chip, seal. Well, card should go first probably because it's the most common card. Pockets, chip, seal. Nested? Maybe? That will take care. I mean... No. Card, pocket, chip, seal. I'm also thinking there should be, if I want to have this run instantly, right, without waiting, I have all these little delays everywhere. No, I can probably take care of it with the time scale, never mind. Trigger type. Sure. This will be important, actually. Because technically the recorded object should maybe be different classes, but like this can be the main class and then I create inherited classes of this. But this is fine. Okay. What is today? Thursday. I think tomorrow I'll tackle this beast. It seemed like a fun coding challenge though. I don't know if I'll stream it. If I stream it, it's gonna be a boring stream because this is just a lot of actual hard brain noodling. But I want to think about this for another second because this is a big commitment to plug in. Is there any other small things I can maybe do right now that I wrote down? I should commit to already got foundational work for the gameplay recording. Wait, I wrote some stuff at the bottom here, right? Fix difficulty, point scaling, I did already. Hide wheel summary, I did. Passive reworked, I did. Dynamic round gates, no hard games. This one I'm not sure yet if we do it. Okay, so add debug tools, that comes later. Improve hand snapping to skip over cards. Yeah, we can do that. So where does the hand snap happen? Thinking cards layer. Hide hand return. Return cards animation. I'm pretty sure signals. Return hand. Extra buttons. Does it get called from here? On hand snap pressed. Game layer, cards layer, snap hand. Oh, snap hand is here. Okay. So, animation duration. For int, okay. So I will just skip over the cards that are already in place. Card. I will first check the position. So first we get the starting position. Hand area global position. No, because x offset is equal to. So I need to take this, right? So I do final pulse vector 2. What? Is equal to vector 2 start pulse plus x offset. Okay. Then I just need to check if card dot global position dot, what do I do, like not equal but like somewhat equal, is equal approx final pulse not post, then continue. These single lines of code might just be the fix. Let's see. So I leave the shop, I'll move some cards around, and then I click. Aha, that looks cool. Okay, nice. Snap to hand now skips over cards already in position. Sometimes it's much easier to actually just implement, and I even write it down here. Copy of previous chip infinite loop. So I need to check my chips. This becomes a copy of another chip you have, is 38 chip effects. So replace with chip. But if You should also check if the ID is the same. If own chip resource is equal to chip resource, or own chip resource.id is equal to chip resource.id, continue. Okay, so that's a fix, I think. Chip resource ID. What is this? I mean, this would in theory not become an infinite loop, right? Because if this copies another one, the other one, yeah, that's where it ends. Unless replace with chip. Yeah, I'm not sure. Actually, there was no infinite loop. It duplicates logic chips, it's replacement chip. Because yeah, it doesn't load in the effect. It doesn't trigger it. No clue. Chip 38 can no longer duplicate. Oh, I need to do get live. Chip 38 can no longer duplicate itself. This was potentially a crash. Okay, another one done. Price increases. Controller can hover pockets after buying a seal. True. So every pocket actually needs to get a focus button up. I feel like that is stupid. So I have a pocket, right? And then if I look at the card, they also have a focus proxy, which is just flat. And mouse ignore. And it goes in a group called button. Okay, I'll copy it, I'll go to my pockets, I'll edit, small button, that goes here. The issue is that it only needs to work if, so it still works, right? Yes, I'm gonna see if how this works right now. Okay, I didn't hook it up to anything, but clearly I can hover the pockets, I guess. The issue is that, how does that look when I have the wheel, right? I guess I can hover over each pocket on the wheel, which I guess isn't that big of a deal. And if I spin, I can still hover the cards, I think, right? No. So we just need to hook it up. Card. On focus proxy pressed, which is I'll just copy this. Then we open the pocket. We're going to add our focus proxy. And then where's the hover? I don't know, where's the... It doesn't show the hover. Which I'm pretty sure works with the focus. Wait. Controller support. Controller support. Grab focus. Ah, it's a focus thing specifically, or what? Slash focus. No, it's not. Then how? When this button grabs focus, the card animates and is moved. Ah, I guess that's in the mouse hover. If hover between. Process hover active. Ah, if the proxy has focus. No, it just moves. If you're using controller support, if you have focus, you can focus. Okay. Where's the setup signals? Setup signals. Focus proxy dot press dot connect. Focus proxy. No, I can just do connect this to inputs. Underscore inputs dot bind, and then I will do inputs event dot new dot as stack dot is action escape. Does that work? It's abstract. So I'll just connect it to click, wait, focus, proxy, clicked. What is this song? It's so bad. Focus, proxy, clicked. Now this is basically just a rewrite of this. But without all the failsafes, I just do if logic current shop is prime seal. And then is current hovering is equal to this bool is equal false. Now I need to just check if game dot controller, no, it's just called controller support dot what is it called again? If I'm using controller, then is currently hovering is equals to focus proxy dot has focus else is currently hovering is equal to, and then whatever the hell that is. Wait, what? Else? Okay. So that should have actually fixed it. Now if I use my keyboard or a controller, I can properly navigate the pockets. Let's see. Yes, I'm going through the pockets now. Huh. It's kind of funny. I don't know how useful it is. You cannot hover the deck yet though. Leave shop. And now, look, I'm doing the pockets. That's fucking funny. But it doesn't always work as smoothly, it looks like. Oh, more bad music. Okay, and so... Oh, I had to check if I can buy seals with it. True. Most important thing. Let me re-roll. Wait, can I not? Spacebar is to buy. I guess that didn't work. Ah, I can buy it on the right pocket, yes. But that they're still colored and this didn't do shit. Okay, so I need to check the seal. The seal is not wired correctly yet. Seal. What the fuck is happening? What am I listening to? So this is just unhandled input, right? If event is clicked. On focus, proxy pressed. Yeah, I need to just update it. Let me do this. Why did it keep shaking though and not reset? Start shake. Process shake. Interesting. On focus pressed if seal is not in shop. Wait, what? This is not equal to okay. Help me fix my focus proxy setup for the seal so it behaves as intended when pressed through the proxy instead of clicked, mainly in the shop. Because I think I'm missing something else. Like here it can clearly, it gets the result. It doesn't do the shake yet, but I'm not sure why the colors didn't go away. Like that happens from somewhere else, right? Oh, I guess because it checks for clicks, not spaces. When you press space on, it's about the pockets, right? Here. No, it's not about that. I'm actually unsure. It's so hot here again, bro. Prime for shop, okay. So now I have the chip, I press space, and I can go select the pockets. But yeah, the issue is they don't somehow, even after the purchase, the seal keeps on shaking and the pockets stay highlighted. Where is this issue located? Because it just checks. Once a pocket is clicked, check it bought. Ah, it's probably in this line that I just made. Has to, right? No, is that the shop is never cleared by the successful purchase path. Shop, but the code only responds to a mouse click action. Activating a pocket for... No, what is... Uses UI accepts. The script never runs. Proper fix belongs to the successful seal branch in the shop handler. Okay, so I was just looking wrong. Shop handler. Keeps because of shakeaways. It's a missing cleanup. So here it should remove that it's being bought. But is there then no desync with... I guess when it's not being bought, you click somewhere else. It's no longer primed. I think does that. I think that I feel like there could still be an issue with this. What happened? What did you do? Had I just just set it to no? So I press space and I click somewhere else. It stays primed. That is not good. If I select a pocket, it's fine then. Even when I have no money, I can prime it? Yeah. Ah, because it checks after. Where is this cleanup? Is this in the shop and the seal in the pocket? I don't know. Shop, it says. Ah, if action is haha, okay. Yeah. Sure. Also in the seal, prime for shop. Shop handler the prime seal, this returns, and I should check if it should even shake or not. Return skip if shopped object is null or does not valid. I should also just return skip if I don't have the money. Or Scene, no. Or seal the resource or cost is bigger than top objects. I guess this does not have reference to the money directly. Whatever. Okay. Added controller support for pockets and seals. Nice. So that means I can remove this. The start spinning animation. Wait, the start triggers animation. The star. This was the star. I remember. Which is. Which chord? 17. So 17 chord effects. Start spin. Ah, it does an animation because it increases the counters, I guess. Is that worth an animation though? It's not worth the awaits. It doesn't do anything realistically, right? Actually, no, it's not even worth an animation at all. Okay, you are done. Oh, what did I click? The fuck did I do? Nothing. If you double click, nothing happens. But why? Hello? Can I just exit out of it? I feel like I broke one of them. Chips that should destroy itself after setting pocket to 0 doesn't do that. Chip translations. Destroy. Do 0 points and get, okay, 51. 51 chip effect. Doesn't destroy itself. Interesting. Also, far time. Buffer float is equal to what? 0.05 usually. Wait. Card. Chip resource. Wait, chip resource dot chip dot get tree dot create timer buffer dot timeout. And then the play animation comes before it and doesn't await. And destroy. So if I do chip resource dot destroy, chip dot delete. True, but it doesn't delete. Does it delete everything? Does it remove itself? No. Is there any other destroyed? No. 32, chip 32. Game handler, destroy chip. Game handler, okay. So I do game handler, destroy chip. Logic, game objects. And chip resource. Cannot await this. This doesn't return anything. Interesting. So maybe the play animation comes after. And wait, play animation, and then I destroy. Sure. That should also be fixed now. Fix seal animation bugging out when hovering over the wheel. True, that is a very annoying one. So if I open the seal, I think what I can do is I can, when I hover over it, I can just increase the collision shape area. I'm not sure. Wasn't a fake of it. Yeah, I'm going crazy here. How you doing? Welcome. And in the end, I'll just run one very quick autoplay to see how it goes. Mouse hover. Heal area. But if it increases seal area, it also increases the collision shape, no? Chip. If I hover over a chip, area, label, group, icon. Is it because of the rotation? I have an idea. I can just not have it animate again while it's in an animation. Does that make sense? Is rigging is hover tween. Okay, yeah, I just check if there's a hover tween. So mouse hover. I just do if hover tween return. Can we check if it breaks anything? So I need to get a seal. I put it on one of my pockets. And I cannot hover it anymore, so I did break it. Okay, bro. Why? It keeps the hover. Why? Mouse hover. Oh wait, hover tween not finished. Oh, I have a better idea. I just put this in front of this. Surely that's a better solution. I just need to grow the boundaries while the animations are going on. Not after. I think that's the issue. So hovering off it is going to be a bit hard. Oh my god, what the fuck is happening? Did I break something? Why is it doing this? What happened? First I need to see if I break something. I did break something. Okay, let's fix that before I do anything else, right? So let me check my git diff. If hover tween. Did I delete something wrong then? I guess I did. What did I delete accidentally? In movement animation. Oh. Okay. That is... Yeah, I just deleted the wrong thing without looking. I need to delete this thing. So... this line we put in front here. Try again. Okay, yes, the area is clearly... I mean... I need to see what it looks like on a pocket. That is the issue. It does not bug out anymore, I think. It does. A little bit. But why? It only does it on the edge. It seems a little bit harder to do now. Hover scale minus divided by 1.8. I'll make it slightly bigger. Silhouette is equal to collision shape 2D. Okay. So now it should be slightly enlarged. Which seems to have fixed it on first glance. The issue is that the enlargement seems to be not centered. No, it's not centered. But it fixed it. So can I really be too mad about it? I'm gonna try it in the bottom though, because that's where I had most of my issues. Yuna, why are you meowing? What is the issue? I literally did not fix anything. That's just because it's not centered, for whatever reason.
I grew up in a place where they told you what to chase, told you how to run the race. Every move was on the page, but I didn't like their way. Had to fight and misbehave, had to find a way to change, had to leave to find my way. Caught up in a daydream, I beat my mind up there almost daily. It's how I pass time, no opinions safely. It's how I understand what I want in this place, see. Cause everybody wanna tell you bad things. What could go wrong? What fame brings?
What am I listening to, brother?
If you ain't sure, no, it'll never be.
Oh, when I rotate? What happens when I rotate? What? Something happens to the seal. What is it? Rotation is on itself. Sure. But it's even in the middle. I don't understand. Let me check real quick. When I hover, wait, when I put the seal on a pocket and I hover over it, but my mouse is right on the edge of the seal, it can bug out and instantly re-trigger the hover animation in a loop. What could be the cause? It is the rotation, but I do not understand why. Oh, maybe I do, because if it grows but it's not centered, it... Ah, actually it does make sense. I just need to make sure the growth stays centered, but for some... It should stay centered in theory. You nah. Yeah. Yuna. What if I just cut this grow? I mean, I think it should still be after. That makes more sense, I guess. But that could fix it. I don't think it's the rotation. Like the rotation itself directly. What's the next bug after this? Chip that destroys itself and shrinks handside does it mid-spin, breaking the chords played. Ah, yes. Hover is checking using seal rect has points. Hover animation rotates the same seal node to counter the pocket's rotation. Near the edge, rotating node changes the mouse local coordinates. Ah. It uses local chords. And hover then rotates it. Specifically appears on pockets because the seal is reparented under the... Pocket itself scales to 1.2, moving scale and child seal during... Rotate only visual child. It's a bit tough because I need to rotate everything except... Like I need to rotate everything, right? I can also just rotate the seal icon and the info canvas group and the name label. Let's see what happens if I don't grow the rect. If that's... Can I use rotation offset maybe? No, that doesn't work on 2D nodes, only on the control nodes. It's a bit dumb, but... Huh. And what if I use global coordinates, right? Because I think it just uses mouse over. Yeah, local mouse point. Yeah, maybe I just actually have to do the visual rotations, which is annoying. But wait, where did the rotate go? I'm in the chip. Okay, so instead of doing this for self, I'll do it for seal icon. Or maybe not even the icon, maybe it just needs to be for the name and the info, right? Name label and info canvas group. Info canvas group. I don't think that works though, because the name label, actually that should work. It should work. Yeah, let's not do the icon, see what that looks like. Might actually end up being better. So name label and wait. Info canvas group. That does not work. Because it rotates around its own axis, of course. Well, name label does have rotate offset, right? Yeah, it doesn't rotate around its anchor. It's stupid. But why not? And why are the offsets not working? Scale? Nothing is working on this thing. Is it because it has no text? I don't know. Ah, now it works, but it doesn't matter. I wish I could just rotate everything except the collision shape. I mean, I can counter rotate it, but that seems stupid as well. I think I'll try that actually. Collision shape. The issue is that it is should I rotate a rect maybe? think I rotate direct. Right? Seal rect to global rotation. That does not work. You cannot tween a rect. Provide me with all the possible solutions. Been live for almost 5 hours. That's actually decent. Wait, why am I only growing the X? Sealrect.grow. No, I'm growing by just a constant. So I check the size of what it is now. And I multiply it by some value based on the hover scale that I set. But yeah, the rotation, I guess, fucks with it. Because it's a square, it's never going to be a circle, right? Or is it? Practical solutions fall into 3 groups. Eliminate the feedback loop, make a hit testing tool. Keep the seal node completely stable for positioning and hit testing, but everything that rotates the scales beneath a visual pivot child. Another, add a visual root child and scale it. It's all the same shit. Keep the seal upright all the time. No. I wanted to rotate. Remove seal rotation from the hover animation. No. Keep seals in an unrotated overlay layer. No. I wanted to rotate, bro. Use a circular hit test. The seal has circle shape to D, but currently tests the shape against rectangular bounding box. That is the issue. Circle is rotation invariant. Means rotation. Rotating seal cannot change where the pointer is inside solely because of its orientation. I like fix 7. The animated seals local transform entirely. Separate stable area to D, visible control, this against cache transform, with enter exits. Holy fuck, it has a lot. In the hover region before starting the animation. What? This was 35 different ways to do it. I like option 7. Using a radius instead of an actual rect. Can you implement that and change it? Instead of having to go to all of the rects in the script and using a radius, I'm just gonna have it do it. And I'll double check what it did. Which I guess for the chip I could do as well. The issue with the chip is that that doesn't rotate, so it's not an issue yet. The hover state will use the scale radius immediately. What am I listening to? It's hard to find good non-copyright music. So tomorrow I work on the recorder and the game objects and everything. Then I work on the automatic playing of the game and the headless version. Which will require me to create a custom logic handler instead of the one that I have now with the buffers and the recording and everything like that. Okay, so I made the changes supposedly. Which is in the process mouse hover. Is mouse inside hover radius. Field radius. Okay, where do I set it? Seal shape dot radius. Okay. Works exactly the same still. Yeah, obviously this is gonna be 10 times more reliable instead of relying on a rotating hitbox. Okay. Any other small fixes? Chip that destroys itself and shrinks hand size. Yes. The translation, destroy. Fourteen chip effects. Add base plate cord slots. I should do this after. I think I should do end spin buffer. Or what? For chip effect 14. Because I have a different system in place as well, but I don't remember how it's wired. The pocket shrink. My first instinct is I don't think I have a function to do this after next bet. Yeah, no. To do this after. So I properly wrap this into a callable that I add into the end. And after this, I think I'm ending. My currents are speeding up somehow. I need to look into that. Cards staying in hand after. Yeah, there's a lot of other small bugs still. Separate the model change from the media. An optional flag. Wait, which buffers do I have again? Logic. New turn buffer. I think it might break because it doesn't have the object anymore. I know callables. I don't know how it works. If I send a callable but I destroy the sender, does it still? Yeah, because it's wrapped into its own data package, right? So I can do... I think I can do it. And then after this, I'll export the build, put it on Steam so we can try it. New turn buffer runs before the played cards are just columns. Finish current turn synchronizes. You know what? At logic 208, what is there? Game handler. Add played card slots. Add base played card slots. What's the difference? Ah, it's the one I'm using now, right? But they're suggesting I give it another flag. I'm not doing that. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna create a callable variable. Reduce card size. Callable. And this will be this. Wait, I don't need to wrap it in a callable. It's a callable itself. Or no? I'm casting it here to bind it. Man, my brain is getting fried. But so the callable is that function. I bind these things and I go to logic, new buffer, new turn buffer, append, reduce chord size. So it does it after the spin is done, which happens while the chord animation should be kicking off basically, which is fine. Yep. We have the state machine video. Oh, thank you. Also those Vim motions. Yes. There's a few Vim plugins, but mine is called Godot Vim, but I like it a lot. It's makes my life a lot easier, you know. I've been practicing them. But welcome. I'm about to end. I've been live for 5 hours. I just need to check what I did again and commit. So I fixed a few bugs. I check really quick. One chord 17. So I'll do get at commit. Fixed a few bugs. The star no longer has an extra animation at start. I'll just keep it brief. Star animation, seal hover animation, and then for the chips, these are both destroy effects, right? Delay chip 14, destroy chip 51. Now do I get push? And I'm done for the day. Now I just need to export these. So I also want to export a debug build. I need to remember that. No export template found. What do you mean? No export template found. Did I change something? Or what? Or did my build update, my Godot update? I think it did, because the new stable build was released. Sure, so I got Windows and Linux. Okay, didn't know that I was on a new Godot version. I guess that's what happens when you auto update. This I can close basically. Oh, I was gonna do one more thing. I was gonna run a very quick test. Yes, can I do that while it's downloading templates? No, I don't think I can. Is it done? It's still doing the windows or what? I think it's done. Yeah. Okay, so very quickly, I am going to do a run instance that has just autoplay. And then I'll set the speed to 16. And it crashed. Or what? What happened? Was that too much? I guess that's too much for it to handle. So what about 8? Yeah, I want to go back to 16. I feel like it was because I hovered something. I'll let it run for a bit to see if anything is gonna crash it, because then I'm sure something broke. It's kind of funny. Okay, so next step is multi-threading this and removing the visual so it's instant and I can run hundreds of games per second to test any possible combination of cards. Fuck yes. That's so funny. Well, there was an error. Block snap to hand. Is it inside tree? Okay, whatever. So now I export. So into the Windows. Okay. Project into the Linux. And now I'm also gonna export a debug build. So this goes into Windows Linux, the folder, Windows debug. What is this thing, bro? And new folder, Linux debug. I wish you could just do all of these exports in one click though. But now I should have them in my Godot. No. Exports, reload F. .console. Okay. I'll put this on Steam. Thank you guys for watching. I'll be back maybe tomorrow with a hard coding session because I have to make the whole custom recorder thing. But it should be fun.